10, Jordan Hefner. Number 13, Megan Billiter. Number 30, Gibson Boykin. Number 32, Emery Tullett. And number 41, Shemaya Francis. The Royals are coached by Bryan Lawhon, assisted by Jason Kellenberg and Jenna Kellenberg.
Welcome into Lions Live. I'm Jordan Day, live from Summers Gymnasium for a Appalachian Athletic contest between the hometown Bryan College Lady Lions and the visiting Johnson Royals, making the short trip from Knoxville, Tennessee. We got a good matchup today between two programs that have been, the past couple years, very good and competitive at the top of the Appalachian Athletic Conference. Johnson comes in 3-6 overall this year, 2-3 in the conference. The Lady Lions 8-2 overall, 6-0 in the conference. As Ashlyn Critton just gets us underway with a good take to the left side and finishes at the rim. Quick 2-0 start for the Lions. Coach Ballant continues to employ this press, very high pressure defense we've seen from the Lions consistently throughout the year. He's able to do that because he has a ton of depth on the bench, and you'll see a lot of different Lady Lions out there today sporting their gray and pink jerseys. The first time we've seen those this year, as Jordan Hefner misses the three ball. Will be a good steal by Hefner. We're going to mention her name a lot today as she's going to take that coast to coast to tie the ball game up at 2. Hefner, the senior from Knoxville, a Maryville College transfer, is the leading scorer on the court for both teams at 16 points a game. Molly Brown, the leading scorer for the Lady Lions, at just under 12 points a game. Katie Farrell working on the block. Tries to go up and under, unable to convert. Hefner the rebound. She's going to look, feints a little bit of a shot and then kicks it down in the post. Good ball movement by the Royals. Back to Hefner up top. Hefner kicks to Tollett. Tollett looking for the inside pass, picked off by Ellie Graham. Ellie Graham had a great game earlier in the week. 3 from behind the arc, as we're going to see a 3-ball by Kaylin Walls. (5-2) early advantage to the Lions. Hefner back on the ball. Francis has a cut underneath. Ball's going to find Billiter on the corner to a wide open Emery Tollett. Unable to convert, but a good offensive rebound by Gibson Boykin underneath, and she's going to get fouled, which will send her to the line to take 2 shots. While we have a small break in the action, let's go around the starters for each team. For the Lions, first, number 0, Ashlyn Crittenden, number 20, Ellie Graham, number 21, Kaylin Walls, number 24, Molly Brown, and number 32, Katie Farrell. As Boykin knocks down the first of her 2 free throws, 5-3 early advantage for the Lions. Boykin 2 for 2 to make it a 1-point game. For the Lady Royals, it's Hefner, Billiter, Boykin, Tollett, and Francis. For Coach Bryan Lahan, maybe a name that you know, as Coach Lahan was a part of the Bryan College basketball program, women's and men's, most notably as the Bryan College women's head coach for a while. A ton of success while here, and then made the trip to Knoxville and has been at the helm of the Johnson Lady Royals program for the past several years. Royals elect to try to run the floor. We're going to get a jump ball. Good job by Graham and Walls to tie up Francis underneath. Possession arrow stays with the Royals. Hefner with the inbound to Billiter, back to Hefner. Ball's going to bounce around, poke out of play. Looks like it's going to go to the lines. It does. It'll be interesting to see if Coach Matt Blount continues with his 5-on, 5-off strategy. We've seen that a lot this year. As Molly Brown with a take, it looks like we're going to have a travel. She did. But Coach Blount has elected to go 5-on, 5-off pretty consistently throughout the year. A lot of mouths to feed on the Lady Lions with the depth that they have. Good job, Katie Farrell, to pick that one off. She's going to run the floor. Good fake with the left, turn around, little one-handed jumper there. Kind of like a jump shot and a hook shot mixed as she's going to find the net. Ellie Graham, great job. She continues her hot play. An assist for the layup, Molly Brown. 9-4 lead for the Lions. They keep the pressure up. Good job forcing Tollett to pick up her dribble, but she does a good job to get it back. The Royals are going to kick it underneath to Francis, who's going to lay that in. 9-6 lead for the Lions. Molly Brown quickly to Walls. Walls puts it on the floor. Looks to go inside, kicks back out to Ellie Graham. Graham to Crittenden. Good job by the Lions around the perimeter. Looking for Katie Farrell on the inside. Good up and under, and she's unable to finish. What a move, but a little hard off the glass. Doesn't get the roll. Royals back in possession. Francis to Boykin. Boykin with a right. Good take by Boykin, and she's going to draw the foul and go back to the line to shoot 2 more. Only 67% as a team are the Royals from the line, which is pretty much on par with what the Lions, who are 69%. So both teams very evenly matched in the free throw department. But the Lady Lions have got off to a better start this year and are still undefeated in conference play and both in Summers Gymnasium. The visiting Royals are 1-3 on the road. So you would think that the Lady Lions have the slight advantage here. Good job by Katie Farrell to poke that ball off of Shemaiah Francis and retain possession. 9-7 lead here for the Lady Lions. Molly Brown to do the inbound right on the end of the lines on the baseline. 5:22 remaining in the first. Kicks it into Crittenden. Good defense by the Royals. Kicks to Farrell. Farrell's going to take her to the rack. Tries the up and under. Francis good to defend it. Back to Walls. Walls will reset through Molly Brown up top. Brown with a spin move. Unable to finish at the rack. Ball's going to go out of play. We're going to get a horn on the shot clock, but I believe they will probably reset that maybe to 1 or 2 seconds. It's 1 second on the shot clock. So the Lions are going to have to throw something in here for a tip or a quick shot. They get the heave, and it almost backboarding in. Kaylin Walls couldn't even have a chance to set her feet. And the Lady Royals back in possession, and we're going to get our first subs of the game after this media timeout. We'll be right back on Lions Live. 9-7, early lead for the Lady Lions. Welcome back in. A new 5 on the floor for the Lady Lions. Olivia Hall, Alyssa Petty, Leah Stinnett, Ruby Cox, and Ashlyn Plott, as we see a 3 from the Lady Royals to put them in the lead for the first time today. It'll be a kick on Jordan Hefner. 10-9, Lady Royals lead. 4:34 remaining in the first quarter. Inbounds finds Ruby Cox. Up to Stinnett. Get a foul whistled underneath. Look like they're going to call that on number 24 of the Royals for a hold is Haley Brooks, the sophomore from Greenville, Tennessee. A first foul of the day for the Royals. Inbound finds Stinnett. Stinnett down to Alyssa Petty. Alyssa Petty, good fake, and she's going to try to take it up and under. Ball's going to bounce around the rim, but Stinnett's going to find the rebound. She's going to do her own layup. Petty gets the rebound. 3 straight offensive rebounds. Great job on the glass by the Lady Lions to continue to give themselves a chance at points. Nobody was able to score, but Petty's going to go to the line. A shooting foul. Going to have 2 free throws here. Petty knocks down the first of her free throws. Knocks down the second. We mentioned last midweek that Petty was in the right around 50%. And I think since I made that comment, she's hit 3 out of 4. So we're going to have a hand in her percentage going up. Ball into Hefner. Petty doing the defending. Olivia Hall with the press as well. Lady Lions going to force a heave deep, and it's going to be picked off by Ashlyn Plott. Good job by the press up front to cause that turnover in the long pass. We're going to see Stinnett try to take it to the rack. She's going to draw a foul. Lady Lions having some success off the dribble today to get to the rack. 11-10 early lead for the Lions. 3:50 remaining in the first quarter. Stinnett's going to miss the first. .77% shooter is Stinnett. Knocks down the second. 12-10 lead. Press still on. Tollett does her best. Gets it across to Hefner. Hefner kicks down to Boykin. Boykin's been good with 3 points early. Kicks back to Boykin. Right in front of the Lions bench. Long three. Off the glass. Good rebound, Stinnett. Puts the Lady Lions back to Olivia Hall. Olivia Hall is going to travel as she went to hit a pump fake. I believe both feet moved. Was unable to keep the pivot foot on the ground. That's going to be a turnover for the Lady Lions. Johnson ball. Going to be a missed three by Tollett. Didn't catch any rim going by. Bounces out of play. Petty to Hall. Tollett's going to press the full court pressure. Olivia Hall easily able to get it across half court and get the Lady Lions into the offensive set. Plott look for the step back. Ball's going to be inside to Ruby Cox. She's going to turn. Great block. Shemaiah Francis underneath for the Royals, but we get a double dribble on Gibson Boykin as she tried to get the transition underway. So the Lions lucky to retain the possession there after the great block shot by Shemaiah Francis. Got a bit of a delay here as the officials talk something over. They've got it figured out. So they hand to Olivia Hall under the basket. She looks for Stinnett. Stinnett drives baseline, tries to cut back in. She's going to draw the foul. Back to the free throw line is Stinnett. Looking to up that 78% free throw clip right now as she goes to the line shooting two. Knocks down the first. 13-10 Lions lead, 2:45 remaining in the first quarter. Leah Stinnett knocks down both free throws. Good start to the ball game for her. Lions back to the press. Ruby Cox, great job, good active defense there. Knocks the ball down to Olivia Hall. Hall looks for Petty. Petty on the baseline, great defense to block that out of bounds where the Johnson Royals, 14-10. Lady Lions had a good start. Johnson answered back, and the Lady Lions are on a bit of a mini run here as they're back in the lead by 4 points. Plott, top of the key. Gibson with good defense. Gibson Boykin, good defense. Continually good defense. Ball finds Alyssa Petty. 12 on the shot clock. Olivia Hall deep from the right wing, but Ruby Cox with a rebound. Shot clock's going to reset to 20 for the Lions. Cox looks for Olivia Hall. Ball bounced out of play off a Johnson Royal defender. So we're going to get a substitution for the Royals. Emery Tollett's checking out for number 23, Kelsey Holt. Checks in for Coach Bryan Lahan. Ball out to Plott. Long three, Ashlyn Plott. What we've seen from Ashlyn to start the year is there's nowhere she doesn't feel like she's open. She's hit a couple huge step-back threes earlier in the season, and that one off the inbounds play, she got a screen an easy 3 or 4 feet behind the line. No problem as Plott puts the lines up 17-10. 1:47 remain here in the first quarter. Boykin finds the inbound. Hefner trying to go deep from three as well. Going to rim off. Good rebound, Stennett. Stennett's had a great 3 or 4 minutes here. She's going to look to get back to the free throw line. Thought she might have drawn some contact with the body, but she didn't, and that's a good finish at the rack on the other end by Gibson Boykin. 12-17. Lady Lions lead. Stennett looks down low. Ruby Cox works on Francis. Francis, great defense. Ball's going to go out to Petty. Petty's deep three. She knocks it down, but we were going to have I believe, a 3-second call. Good pressure by the Lady Lions. And we got a 10-second call. And there's the pressure again with Coach Matt Ballant and the system that they run. You've got a lot of new faces back on the court. Brooklyn Stennett in, Sydney Neal, Katie Farrell, Molly Brown, and Ashlyn Crittenden. You see Crittenden try the 15-foot jumper, unable to knock it down. 45 remaining in the first half. Lady Royals trying to cut this lead. Hefner in the corner, looking for Billiter. Billiter back up top, finds Gibson Boykin. Boykin back to Hefner, who is the main scorer for the Royals. She's going to kick that cross court to Kelsey Holt, who's going to get called for the travel. 27 seconds remain in the first quarter. Shot clock is off. Be interested to see if the Lady Lions settle for the last shot here. Good take, Molly Brown. What a finish at the rack, 19-12. Will the Royals be able to get a shot off here? Do not foul if you're the Lady Lions. That's going to be a heave from Megan Billiter and unable to convert. 19-12. Good first quarter for your Lady Lions. We'll be right back here on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. 19-12, first quarter advantage for the Lady Lions. Molly Brown's going to get us back underway as she kicks to Brooklyn Stinnett. Stinnett unable to knock down the three. Good rebound. Tollett, she's going to go back down the floor for the Lady Royals. Good active hands, Crittenden. We've shouted her out for her defense all year. As Katie Farrell's going to close out and did a good job. And it was an air ball and rebounded by 22, Alicia Cruz, who dribbles the ball off of her foot, and it's going to go out of play. Lady Lions off the hook there. It looked like she might be able to lay that one in easily after the errant three didn't touch the rim. Molly Brown trying to make something happen, kicks under to Stinnett. Stinnett finds herself out behind the perimeter, out behind that three-point line, which she's so comfortable as we see her pull up a three. Going to miss that one. Some contact after the shot, no whistle. Gibson Boykin going the other way for the Royals. Cross-court pass looking for Holt. Holt kicks to Tollett. Tollett back in the corner for Cruz. Cruz looks to drive baseline. Great defense there. Sydney Neal blocks the shot, jumps in the air to grab the ball and throws it back to keep it from going out of bounds. Stinnett's third three since the start of the quarter, unable to convert that one as well, but the ball bounces to Sydney Neal. Great finish. Both ends of the floor on that possession. Sydney Neal getting it done. 21-12 lead to the Lions. Good press break there. The last pass a bit behind Holt. And another turnover for the Royals. Molly Brown, good job getting in a passing lane to hit the steal. Over to Stinnett. Stinnett thought about the three. Finds Molly Brown. Downtown Molly Brown for three. 24-12. Lions have doubled up the Royals here. 8:03 remaining in the second quarter. We are having some technical difficulties with our multi-camera angle. And so I know the ends of your court are cut off on our center cam. So I will do my best to make sure that you know what's going on right underneath the basket. Crittenden drives. Molly Brown. Brown to Neal. Neal looks for a cut, doesn't get one. Crittenden's going to come back to try to grab the ball. Nope, it's going to go to Farrell. 10 on the shot clock. Farrell works on Francis. Crossover, looking for the up and under, but she's going to be fouled. And will go to the line to shoot two free throws here, does Katie Farrell for the Lady Lions. Billiter back in for Alicia Cruz. We're going to get a multitude of lines checking into the game. Ellie Graham, Leah Stinnett, Olivia Hall, and Kaylin Walls all back on the floor, joining the free throw shooter Katie Farrell. Farrell knocks down the first. Unable to knock down the second. 25-14, Lions lead, second quarter, 7:15 remaining. Hefner trying to create some space for a shot. Good job by the Lady Lions to keep her from scoring, but the ball's going to go to Emery Tollett. She's going to take it to the rack and finish as well. 25-16, Lady Lions lead. Olivia Hall kicks wide. Ellie Graham. Graham drives to the basket, kicks back out to Stinnett. Stinnett back to Graham. Good ball movement here for the Lions. And there's the curse. As soon as I say it, she picks the ball up and throws it for a backcourt violation. Thought we may have had a ball tipped by a Lady Royal defender to alleviate that backcourt, but I'm the only one that saw that apparently, as the officials did not blow it dead. 25-16. 6:44 remain here in the first half. Good start for your Lady Lions. If there's anything we've seen this year is they do a very good job in the first quarter and the first few minutes of the second quarter, but have slacked off a bit as a great block by Kaylin Walls at the rim. But the Lady Lions have been accustomed to getting in that lead and then occasionally taking that foot off the gas or feeling comfortable, and then the opposing team kind of hangs around, and then that score at halftime is always a bit closer than you want it to be. So hopefully today the Lady Lions continue to keep up this impressive first half. Petty with a good take, unable to finish with the left. Royals look to run the floor, ball out to Hefner. Hefner with help. Cross court to Boykin. Boykin's going to get a screen from Francis. We're going to get pick and roll there. Ellie Graham across. What a block. Good help defense from the Lions and Ellie Graham. And then Leah Stinnett continues her great game and gets an interception. Going to take that ball back to Petty. Petty back out the top to Kaylin Walls. Kaylin Walls, top of the key. In and out and off the backboard and in. 3-ball Kaylin Walls, 28-16. Lions continue their press. Hefner from deep, unable to get that bounce. And Graham's going to get going. Graham picks up the dribble, going to throw cross court, and we're going to get a hard foul on Hefner while she went for the steal. Reached across and got Kaylin Walls with a hard foul. Stinnett looks to drive baseline. Kicks back out Petty. Petty, deep three. Alyssa Petty for three. 31-16, great 2 minutes for the Lions here. Can they get another defensive stop? Hefner's going to try to take it to the rack. Doesn't get a bounce. Ball bounces around. Alyssa Petty comes out with it. Looks for Ellie Graham. Lions looking to run the floor again. Back to Stinnett. Stinnett going to look wide. She's going to take it to the basket, unable to make the layup. Ball's on the floor. Olivia Hall jumps, and Coach Matt Blunt is going to get that timeout after Olivia Hall pounced on it. We'll be back shortly. 4:45 remain in the first half. 31-16 to the Lions. Welcome back to Lions Live. Megan Billiter on the inbound for the Royals. 4:44 remain. Good job by Hefner to get out from under the pressure. Was double teamed by the Lions. Hefner again. Ellie Graham with the rejection. One of those great freshmen for Coach Matt Blunt. Ellie Graham, the freshman from Lynchburg, is starting to get her feet underneath her. It's the last couple games, she's been an absolute standout for the Lions. Does the defending on Tollett. Tollett kicks to Gibson all the way across to Builder. Builder, smooth three-pointer for her. So I believe we have got our technical difficulties resolved. So we should have multiple camera angles for you, back running again. Stinnett looking inside for Petty. Petty gets to the rim but unable to finish. Rebound Royals. Haley Brooks thought about the deep three, kicked it out. Unable to convert are the Royals. This game's been very back and forth. The one thing about Coach Bryan LaHan is when he was here as a part of the program for the Lady Lions, Ellie Graham again takes with her left. Back to Coach LaHan. His teams have always wanted to run the floor very high up tempo, look to put up a lot of shots, and they run and gun. And they're doing that here. Unable to finish at the rack is Brooks. Lions have possession again through Graham. Graham with a little crossover looking for Alyssa Petty down low. Alyssa Petty up and under, high off the glass. Great finish, Petty. She sprints back to try to put the pressure on Hefner with the press. Petty's had a good cameo here for Coach Matt Blunt. Good hesitation take with her left, but the ball's going to be tipped off Stinnett. Stinnett's going to grab that, and we're going to have a jump ball. Possession stays with the Royals. As Ruby Cox will check in for Alyssa Petty. Coach Blunt, with a lot of horses in the stable here, just keeps throwing out good player after good player. The depth is something we haven't seen matched by anybody so far this year, at least in the conference. It's only my fourth game with the Lady Lions on the broadcast this year at home, and they have been by far the deepest team we've seen. Olivia Hall. Good play design there for the Royals, and that's going to be a three ball by Emery Tollett. The sophomore from Crossville knocks that one down. 13-point lead for the Lions, 35-22. Ellie Graham again out to Walls. Walls back to Graham. Graham with a little shot fake. Good turns. Going to try to take this one and go left-handed. But the ball hit Graham after it was blocked when she was stepped over the line, and it's going to be Royal ball, and we're going to have 5 new lines back on the floor. Reese Roberts checks in for her first action of the game. Also, Sophie McIntruff as well on the court. That's a steal already for Roberts. Is right off the bench and into the action for number 2. The Knoxville, Tennessee native Roberts. Great job there for Coach Blunt. Number 23, Brittany Morrow, also checks in the game for the Lions with Sydney Neal and Brooklyn Stinnett. So 3 of the 5 lines getting their first action of the contest. 2:08 remaining. Stinnett on the wing, drives to the top of the key. Roberts with a quick hesitation. Kicks to Morrow. Morrow going to take that to the rack, unable to finish. And Haley Brooks gets the rebound for the Royals. Royals again run the floor quickly. Boykin looks for a lane, unable to get there, out to Tollett. Tollett with a crossover. Kicks back. Reese Roberts again. Great defense. Ball's bouncing around on the floor. Nobody's got it. Still bounces out. Again, nobody can get handles on it. Out to Hefner. Hefner, deep three. She knocks it down. And there's the 16 points a game you're used to because she can get hot from behind the arc. 10-point game. Just like I mentioned a couple minutes ago, Lady Lions get out to huge leads. Can they continue to keep him? It happened last week against Reinhardt, out to a, I think, 12 or 13-point lead in the second quarter, and they only ended the half with a 1-point lead. We'll see if they can avoid that here. McIntruff to the line, shooting 2 free throws. Rattles around the rim and in. 36-25. Lions lead, 1:20 remaining in the first half. Sophie knocks down both free throws. 12-point lead restored. Roberts doing the defending. Hefner with a good move to get around. But Roberts is going to try to poke that out, and she's going to be whistled for the foul. The depth of the Lady Lions keeps the pressure up consistently throughout the game, and it definitely can't see on your cameras at home. But some labor breathing for the Royals as they probably need the halftime interval a lot more than the Lions here. Great defense again. Reese Roberts, spark plug off the bench for the Lady Lions today, and Coach Matt Ballant applauds his freshman as she forces another turnover. She's been a live wire since coming into this game. McIntrough out to Morrow. Morrow with the left. Can she finish at the rim? No, she can't. Good defense by Cruz for the Lady Royals. It's 5-on-4 as Morrow tries to get back on her feet. Holt in the corner for the Royals. That's going to rim off. Sydney Neal, good rebound. 42 remaining in the first half. Reese Roberts, can she do it on the offensive end? Unable to there. Good rebound and put back. Brooklyn Stinnett, 39-25. Good finish to the half here. Royals still run the floor. Wonderful pass by Cruz, unable to finish. Ball's bouncing around. McIntrough gets it. Smallest girl in the paint comes down with the ball up to Roberts. Roberts going to take. Good defense, Hefner. We're going to get a foul there underneath after the good rebound for Cruz. 12.1 remaining here in the first half. 39-25. Lady Lions lead. Molly Brown's going to check in for Sophie McIntrough. Great cameo for her there. Minute and a half. Played great. Some good passes. I think she took a knock there. Maybe knee to knee when she went for that steal. She gingerly walks off. Brooklyn Stinnett with a hard foul. She gestures to Sydney Neal. She was really close to being all ball, but there was hard contact. 3 seconds remain, and Hefner's going to go to the line to shoot 2. Hefner knocks it down. 3 seconds. Can Brooklyn Stinnett get this three-pointer up as she shoots? Half-court heave. Ball's going to rack off the backboard, and that's going to be the end of the action here in the first half. We'll be back after a short break. Lady Lions lead over the Johnson Royals, 39-27. Join us soon on Lions Live. Welcome back into Summers Gymnasium as we prepare for the second half of the Lady Lions and the Lady Royals conference matchup. Quick note, our live stats, if you're viewing the broadcast and the live stats are not correct. Our statistician in the gym had a bit of a medical emergency and is unable to continue the live stats. So your scoreboard on your screen should be correct. I will obviously be updating you with the correct score periodically throughout the contest, but the live stats link, if you're following along both, will not be live. We are working to try to get it resolved, but as of right now, I would tell you it probably will not be live stats. There will not be live stats throughout the rest of the contest. 39-27, Lady Lions and Coach Matt Blount got out to a good start to the game and carried that throughout the second quarter, and will look to continue to keep the momentum and the pressure on the visiting Lady Royals. We'll see who starts for each team. For the Lions, Molly Brown, Ashlyn Crittenden, Ellie Graham, Kaylin Walls, and Katie Farrell. That is the starting five. For the Lady Royals, it's going to be Gibson Boykin, Shemai Francis, Megan Billiter, Jordan Hefner, and Emery Tollett. Also the starting five from the start of the game for Coach Bryan Lahan and the Royals, wearing the baby blue jerseys. The Lady Lions wearing gray and pink. These are a new jersey that they have unveiled today. Going to be a quick turnover to start the half. Molly Brown unable to wrangle in the pass from Ellie Graham. Lions are going to get their press set up. We'll see if this game has the same momentum and the same tempo that it did to start. Both teams ran the floor a lot throughout the first half. The Lions able to keep that up. As Coach Blount, I think, used 13 different players in the first half. Ball's going to be blocked out of play, and the Royals will retain possession. Hefner goes under the basket to get us back underway with a throw-in, 11 on the shot clock. Lady Royals should have a lot of more tough problems dealing with the fatigue in this game, as they just have way less in terms of depth. Coach Bryan Lahan told us early that he had some injuries that they're dealing with, multiple players out. Good three-pointer by Gibson Boykin. Get the Royals off to a good start, get it back to a 9-point lead for the Lions. Ashlyn Crittenden kicks to Graham. Graham to Walls. Walls down to Katie Farrell. Good defense by Hefner. But the ball's going to fall back to Farrell, who's able to get it back to Crittenden, who finds Walls back inside. Katie Farrell working hard underneath to create space. Shemai Francis in a good position, but Katie Farrell too much. She's going to convert that left-handed bank shot from the block, 41-30. Another three-ball, Gibson Boykin. That was another one for her, 41-33. Royals trying to get hot from behind the arc. That's a staple of Bryan Lahan basketball teams. They will live by the three and die by the three. You see Molly Brown come in, good finish underneath. Coach Matt Blount's going to get a timeout. 10-point lead for the Lady Lions. 7:59 remain in the third quarter. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back on Lines Live. Megan Billiter inbounds to get us back underway. Good pressure, Lady Lions. Close to a 10-second. But the Royals able to continue to get the ball across. We're going to see good ball movement. Billiter for three, unable to convert. Ball's going to go to Ellie Graham. Thought she might let it go out of play, but she decides to grab it and tiptoes on the line to keep it in play. Molly Brown kicks to Graham. Graham back to Farrell. Farrell too much inside for Billiter, but unable to finish. And another block by Kaylin Walls. I wish our live stats were working. I did mention to you at the halftime interval, if you weren't with us, our live stats are down. I'd like to know the number of blocks the Lady Lions have today. Good steal by Walls. Graham looks for Crittenden. Crittenden finishes at the rim with the right hand. 45-33, 12-point lead to the Lions. Back into that pressure. Coach Ballant, as we got a poke by Ellie Graham, and it's going to be Molly Brown, tries to get some contact, but unable to lay it in. As Coach Ballant turns to the bench, uses that as a coachable moment. I would assume he's saying, don't worry about trying to draw the foul, just make the layup. As he now relays that information to Molly Brown, who nods with approval. 6:50 remain, third quarter, ball in for the Royals. Hefner thought about a deep three from the Appalachian Athletic Conference logo, and as she gets it back, she's going to take that one, no problem. An absolute bomb from Hefner. We mentioned coming into the game, 16 points per game. She leads both teams in scoring. She had a good year last year for the Royals, and we're going to see Molly Brown unable to lay that one in, but Katie Farrell's going to get the rebound, kicks it back to Brown. Brown out to Walls. Walls top of the key. Bang for three. Great job, Katie Farrell, grabbing that offensive board. And the second chance points go to the Lions. Long cross-court pass. Good work by the Royals underneath. Francis is going to lay that one in uncontested. 10-point lead. Good tempo in the first few minutes of this second half. Crittenden scans the floor. Down to Ellie Graham in the corner. Back to Katie Farrell. Shamai Francis with the block. Royals back the opposite way. Hefner, deep three. Can she go from the right wing? She can. Back-to-back bombs, Jordan Hefner. 7-point game. And it's turning into a track meet and a three-point shooting contest, and that is what Coach Lahan and the Royals would want. His teams consistently shoot the ball well from behind the arc. We mentioned live by the three, die by the three, and right now they're living by it. Molly Brown unable to knock down a baseline three of her own. Lady Royals back in possession. You got to pick Hefner up as soon as she gets inside the half-court line. She is in range. Good crossover. Going to try, and around the back. Kicks it out. Tollett for three. And just like I said, we're going to get a timeout from Coach Matt Ballant. 48-44. Here come the Royals. 4:53 remain in the third quarter. We'll be right back on Lines Live. Welcome back in. Out of the timeout, Coach Matt Ballant has elected for some subs. The Lady Royals have come out hot in the second half from behind the arc, cut this to a 4-point game. Ashlyn Plott down to Cox, down low. Cox kicks wide to Olivia Hall. Olivia Hall looks to drive baseline, going to take a tough shot and fouled by Emery Tollett. It's a good job on the possession there out of the timeout for the Lady Lions. Checking in after that timeout was number 1, Leah Stennett. Number 6, Alyssa Petty. Number 7, Ruby Cox. Number 11, Olivia Hall. And number 33, Ashlyn Plott. So a new 5 for the Lady Lions. Olivia Hall is going to step up to the free throw line and make the first of her 2 free throws. 5-point lead restored for the Lions. She can knock down this free throw. She doesn't. There's going to be a foul underneath on Alyssa Petty with a shove as she was vying for position underneath on that missed free throw. Lady Lions going to keep up the pressure. The one thing I will say is when Johnson can break through that pressure, there's a bit of a scramble, and the scramble has allowed some open shots, and we see it again right there. If they break the press, they're going to have open looks, and open looks means that they get to shoot the 3 ball. Only 29% for Coach LaHan and the Royals to start the year as they force another turnover, 3-point game. Gibson Boykin going to try to take it to the rack. Ball bounces off, and it's going to fall off. Ruby Cox is going to fall over the Johnson player as she tried to grab the ball. It's going to be bounce off of her, be an inbound underneath for Hefner and the Royals. 3-point ball game. Francis and Boykin broke out. Ball's going to find its way to Builder. I would assume Hefner's going to try to find a 3-point basket here. We're going to kick top to Hefner. Hefner from the key for the tie. She knocks it down. Tie ball game. Jordan Hefner is all of a sudden the best player on the court. She cannot miss, and the momentum is heavily on the side of the Johnson Royals right now. Inbound to Stennett. Stennett's going to try to dribble straight into Shemaiah Francis. Good no call there by the officials. Line scramble for the ball, but they're in that mini press. We're going to have an open shot until they can get set up in this defense. Cross court. Brooks thought about the 3 ball in the corner. It's going to be poked out. Hefner's going to inbound, and I would think as Stennett comes down and checks out, Ashlyn Crittenden steps in. And Crittenden has won Defensive Player of the Week already. You would have to think Hefner's going to see a lot of Ashlyn Crittenden in this game. Ball into Brooks. Crittenden does the defending. Good poke by Ruby Cox, unable to get the ball. Brooks back out top. Hefner, 5 on the shot clock. Tries to cross up. Ball's on the ground. It's gonna be a backwards heave off the side of the backboard. That would have been one of the wildest shots that anybody in this gym has ever seen if it would have went in. 49 all, 3:09 remain here in the third quarter. The Lady Royals have come out on fire from behind the arc. Alyssa Petty tries. Good take by Olivia Hall. Unable to finish. Rebound goes to Hefner. Hall hustles back to front. Hefner with a crossover. Going to try to drive. Kicks back. What a pass to Shemaiah Francis. And that's good. 51-49. Royals' first lead since early in this ball game. Ashlyn Plott with a deep 3. Unable to convert. Ball's going to bounce out. Ruby Cox, great job to defend it. Saves the backcourt violation. Petty wants the ball in the corner. Petty in front of her own bench for 3. She misses. Crittenden does good not to foul. But then Plott's going to reach in and stop the transition look for the Royals. 51-49. And here come the starting 5 back out on the floor. The 4 other starters joining Crittenden on the floor. Lady Lions got to get something going here. the Royals feeling the momentum from three. Hefner's going to pull this if you don't get somebody on her. And they've just got to make sure, good job, Ellie Graham. And she's going to draw a foul as Brooks stepped through, and the contact came late after Graham was able to intercept that pass. But Coach Matt Blount's got to do something here to make sure that Hefner's got getting open looks. Looking up and down this roster, she is the most dangerous player on the floor for Johnson, and we've let her get hot from three, and she's feeling it now. Somebody's going to have to stop her. Good drive and finish, Kaylin Walls. Good work on the block. This game's tied up at 51. 2:02 remain in the third quarter. Lady Lions back in the pressure. Ashlyn Crittenden doing her thing. Ball thrown down into the corner. And a great save by Boykin, and is going to keep possession for the Royals. She turned and threw it off Ellie Graham. Lady Lions stay in their pressure. Ball thrown to Schultz. Schultz back to Tollett. Tollett kicks the top of the key. Is that Brooks for three? It is, and she knocks it down. The pressure does really well for Coach Blount to get turnovers, but if you break it, there's going to be open looks, and Johnson has seemed to knock them down now. Unreal work. Kaylin Walls again feeling it from the block. That has been a huge mismatch. Katie Farrell and Kaylin Walls, both underneath, have had their way. They break the press again. Another wide open three ball. Knocks it down. 57-53. Katie Farrell from three. Too far. Kaylin Walls can't do anything wrong right now. Kicks it out Crittenden. Crittenden, good take. Is going to look to finish. Katie Farrell with a board. Unable to lay it in. 45 seconds remain. 4-point lead for the Johnson Royals. Hefner got about a 45-second break. She's going to be back into the game for Shemai Francis. Coach Lahan also checks back in. Number 13, Billiter. She's going to check in for number 2, Kaylin Schultz. 4-point lead for the Royals. Unfamiliar territory in the conference games for the Lions. Everything's been where they've paced the play and had leads. They haven't played a ton from behind, especially in conference play. Good swing around the perimeter. If I was a betting man, I'd guess Hefner's going to shoot something deep here. Going to throw a cross-court pass. They're going to work back. Tollett for three, wide open, misses it, and it felt like everything was going in for the Royals. Back to Molly Brown. Molly Brown picks up her dribble, looks for some help. 12 seconds remain in the quarter. Lady Lions will go into the fourth trailing. Ellie Graham doing a good job on the block, works well. 57-55. We're going to get a heave here from Tollett. And it just rims out, but the Lady Lions will go into the fourth quarter here down 57-55. What a quarter for the Johnson Royals. We'll be right back with the final 10 minutes of this basketball game on Lions Live. 57-55, Royals basketball, and Royals lead after a wonderful third quarter from the visiting Johnson team, led by Jordan Hefner, number 10. They've knocked down threes, and they knocked down another one. Number 24, Haley Brooks. And I don't know what the Lions are going to have to do, but you cannot sag off of any Johnson player right now because everybody's hot from three. 5-point lead. Will the Lions respond? Ellie Graham passes to Crittenden. Crittenden tries to take. Kaylin Walls again, offensive rebound. Ellie Graham fakes the three. That's got to be a walk, and we're going to see a travel on Graham. 9:19 remaining. Lady Lions on the ropes here, protecting a perfect home record and a perfect conference record. Could lose both today as they're down 5 to the Royals. Good defense there. Graham looks for Molly Brown. Molly Brown and one at the rack. You love to see it. The last time she had that opportunity, she slowed down and tried to draw pressure and ended up not getting the foul and missing the layup. And Coach Ballant pulled her to the side. They had a talk where I would assume he told her, make sure about the layup first and then worry about the foul. And she does just that. And she's going to go to the line to convert the and one. Knocks it down, 3-point play. Gets the Lions back to within 2. Lady Lions 6-0 in conference play. And there's a turnover. The press does its job there. 60-58, Lions ball underneath the basket. This just has the feel of a Molly Brown 3. But not when Crittenden comes off the Katie Farrell screen and has a wide open lay-in. Graham again, active defense, and forces another turnover. Ellie Graham, if she keeps up the way she's playing, we're going to have to I'm going to have to call the next game in an Ellie Graham jersey. She's been playing wonderful basketball on both ends of the floor. Talked about the maturation process for her earlier in the game. Been very good in the paint scoring. Well, the last game she comes out in the second half and goes 3 for 3 from behind the arc. And now she's getting it done on both ends of the floor. 60-60, 8:53 remain in the fourth. And we'll swag surf into this timeout. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back. 8:53 remain. 60 all here in Summers Gym between the visiting Johnson Royals and the Bryan College Lady Lions. Molly Brown with possession, 12 on the shot clock. She's going to look for the ISO on Hefner. Takes it to the rack. The speed and explosiveness of Brown, way too much for the Royals defense. 62-60. We get a long heave. And an and one at the other end. Haley Brooks, this is a heavyweight fight right now. What a pass to find Brooks. That was on the money. The long heave looked like a Hail Mary, and any quarterback would have been proud of that throw. As Brooks is going to step up and knock down the free throw. 1-point advantage to the Royals. .24 remaining. Brown to Farrell. Farrell somehow keeps her dribble to keep from traveling. Gets the ball to Graham. Graham back out to Molly Brown. Brown's going to cross over. 12 on the shot clock to Crittenden. Critton cross court to Graham. Ellie Graham for three, just a bit long. And we're going to get a foul on Katie Farrell as she tried to reach in and grab the ball, was going for a jump ball as Emery Tollett had got the rebound. Tollett goes to ground and gets the foul call. Ellie Graham doing the pressure. Lady Lions back in that press. The Royals break it. Hefner wide open for three. Just misses, and a good rebound, Katie Farrell. I would have probably thought she would have hit that one, but at some point she's got to be human. What a spin move, Molly Brown. 64-63 Lions. Back and forth we go at Summers Gymnasium. Tollett dribbles the ball up as you see 5 subs coming for Coach Matt Blunt at the next dead ball. Ellie Graham doing the defending. Boykin with the ball. Boykin swings wide. Another 3 ball for the Royals. In and out for number 13, Billiter. Graham's going to grab the board. Looks to do the honors. Kicks. Kaylin Walls. Ellie Graham with the board. Gets it out to Farrell. The Lady Lions will reset. The hot hand right now has been Molly Brown. She's going to kick. They're going to look for the ball down low, and that's going to be thrown out of play. Ellie Graham looking for Kaylin Walls. And that ball out of play is going to be time for these subs to check in. It's Petty, Stinnett. I guess I should tell you it is Leah Stinnett, Ruby Cox, Ashlyn Plott, and Olivia Hall. Lions do a good job denying inbound. Hefner comes back to get it. Good tip, Alyssa Petty. Active defense for the Lions as they hold on to a 1-point lead, 6:47 remaining in the fourth. Hefner's going to go back court to receive the throw. She missed her last 3. It felt like she had hit about 10 in a row before that. With a step back off the screen. Kicks wide, Billiter. Billiter looking back into Francis. Active hand, Stinnett to poke it free. Olivia Hall looks for Petty. Petty's going to go up. Drew the foul. Does not get the whistle for contact. 3-point lead, 66-63 to the Lions. And the high-pressure defense will result in the foul. I don't know if it was Alyssa Petty or Leah Stinnett that was whistled there for it. Back underway. Good job, Tollett. Oh, and we get a foul call. The entire gym thought we were getting a jump ball. It's going to result in a inbound underneath. Tollett to do the honors. It'll be my first actively biased call there, and I can't believe that wasn't a jump ball. Ball's going to be Alyssa Petty first to that. If there's one thing I'll say about Alyssa Petty, she is first to every loose ball on the court. I don't care who's on the court. It does not matter who's out there for each team. If there is a ball loose on the court, she is on it. 66-63. Haley Brooks going to check back in. She's had a couple big shots in the second half, including a finish at the rack with an and one, and also another 3-ball. Coach Lahan gets her back on the court. Olivia Hall looks for a runner. Petty gets it short and tries to kick it underneath to Ruby Cox, unable to get it to her. And it's going to be a turnover. Back in the press. We'd think maybe a minute or 2 left for these 5 before Coach Ballant gets his starting 5 back on. But we're going to get, I thought we got a push on Johnson, but it's going to be whistled against the Lions. Coach Ballant incensed on the bench as he paces back and forth. No, excuse me, it was on the Royals. Plott in the corner, right in front of the bench. Just misses. Rebound long to Olivia Hall. Olivia Hall kicks it back to Cox. Cox back to Stinnett. They'll reset it up top. 15 on the shot clock. Petty in the corner. Goes drives baseline and draw. We're going to get a jump ball on that one, and that is an absolute brutal call after you've got on the other end no jump ball call, and then we get an absolute shooting foul there that's called a jump ball. So pretty ridiculous last couple possessions for the three guys wearing gray and black. Lions retain possession. 6 on the shot clock. Plott tries to drive. Ball's poked out. Good job by the Lady Royals defense. They're going to back up the court through Hefner. Plott does a good job to stay on Hefner. Hefner with a crossover, looking for the step back. Plott defends all the way basically to the volleyball line. But that's going to be a good take and a block. Ruby Cox off the back padding of the wall. 5:11 remain, and here are those 5 starters. What a cameo for that second 5 for the Lady Lions, and they are going to be heavily applauded off the court here. They went in and regained the lead, 66-63. Lady Lions with the lead. We're going to have a foul before the inbound as Hefner tried to cut. It's going to be Kaylin Walls with the foul. It's the 5th foul on the Lady Lions. Only 3 this half against the Royals. Hefner misses the free throw, 66-64. What a game we have here in Dayton today. Crittenden going to drive. And we're getting another jump ball. I mean, if anything, I feel like that should have just been blocked out of bounds, but we're going to get a jump ball. We couldn't get one earlier, now we're getting them every possession. 5 minutes remain. Lady Royals basketball, 66-64. Crittenden doing the defending. Hefner needs help. Good crossover by her to get the ball across, but it's fumbled out of bounds by number 13, Megan Billiter. And the Lady Lions are going to get the ball once again. It's going to be tight down the stretch. Can the Lady Lions get this to a 2-possession lead and force the Royals to continue to make shots? Ellie Graham up top. Hefner thought about the steal. Lays back off Molly Brown. Molly Brown looks to take it with her left. Tough shot. Katie Farrell, what a board. Goes up, can't finish. Gets her own rebound again. Going to try to go up. And they're going to call that foul on the floor. Should be the 4th foul of the quarter for the Royals. And I believe with the new rules, if there's a 5th foul, it will be free throws. Having to learn all of those rules once again. Ball goes in to Farrell. Farrell up and under. Great block, Shemai Francis. Wonderful defense by her on the block. Back to Boykin. Boykin back to Brooks. Brooks top of the key for the lead. Knocks it down. 67-66. Royals lead. 4:05 remain. Royals continue to stay hot from behind the arc. Katie Farrell gets a screen, tries to take. Back out to Ellie Graham. Ellie Graham's going to try to take, and we're going to get another jump ball. This time the Lady Lions will retain possession. Down a point. Is Emery Tollett's going to check back into the game for number 13, Megan Billiter. It's Coach Lahan up applauding his Royals team. Ball goes into Crittenden. Crittenden, finally a foul call. We would have got another jump ball. I would have told you we were in the Matrix. Ashlyn Crittenden to the line to shoot 2. Crittenden knocks down the first. That'll knot us up at 67. Crittenden's 62% free throw shooter, 18 of 29 on the year. That makes her 19 of 30. Well, she knocked down the second a little bit too hard. Ball's going to bounce and rebound by Francis. Kicks wide. Hefner thought about the three. Tie ball game. Kicks it cross court, wide open. Unreal pass from Hefner. We're going to get another jump ball. And I think at this point, if you're on either team, you just go ahead and wrap somebody up. It's going to be a jump ball. So we're getting some chirps in the booth from my counterparts. Ball stays with the Royals, 67 all, 3:32 remain. And that's going to be great pressure, Ashlyn Crittenden. The Lady Royals are going to throw that one out of bounds. Back and forth we go, 3:30 remains, 67-67. Lady Lions try to stay undefeated in Summers Gymnasium and also in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. Pikeville and Bryan, the only two women's teams that remain undefeated, as Molly Brown drives in, takes a tough shot, unable to convert, and Lady Royals are going to go back through Hefner and Tollett down the court. Molly Brown stays tight to Hefner. Tollett with a good crossover. Katie Farrell looks to stay with her. Ball kicked out to Boykin. Boykin then drives. Great block, Crittenden. Once again, we see Ashlyn Crittenden's defensive abilities. Katie Farrell, tough jumper. Ball's going to rim out and off to the Lady Royals. 2:39 and counting. Who's going to hit the big shots down the stretch? If it's in baby blue, you'd think it's going to be Hefner. She's in range as soon as she gets the ball. Going to look for a step back. No, kicks back to Emery Tollett. Tollett across to Gibson Boykin. She's got a clear out. No, it's going to go to Tollett. Tollett puts the ball on the floor. Back to Boykin. Pull-up jumper at the free throw line. Bounces around Kaylin Laws. What a rebound. Back and forth we go. 67 all. Crittenden in the corner, back to Molly Brown. This is the slowest tempo we've had in what feels like the entire second half. Katie Farrell looks for Walls. Walls has been good on the block. Tollett does a good job, but the size mismatch goes to Walls. Katie Farrell with a step back. No, it's going to go to Crittenden. What a pass to Katie Farrell, and the gym's going crazy now. Lady Lions lead by 2, 140 remaining. Ashlyn Crittenden with the no-look bounce pass to Katie Farrell. Lays it up. Lady Lions lead again. Molly Brown. Hefner step back off the screen. Just misses, but the ball goes long to Tollett. Tollett resets it. Ashlyn Crittenden with a touch. Back to Hefner. Farrell on Hefner. Hefner with a deep three, just in and out. I thought she might try to take Farrell to the basket. As it was essentially a guard on a center. As Molly Brown coast to coast, unable to finish. That ball's going to be knocked out off number 24, Haley Brooks, and Katie Farrell. Unreal job to tip that ball off the Johnson defender. Lady Lions retain possession. 107 remains. 69-67. Lions lead. Crittenden, foul on the body. Thank you. That's going to send Ashlyn Crittenden, to the line to shoot 2 shots. If she can convert both here, it would put the Lions up by 4, put them up 2 possessions inside of a minute, which would be a huge deal. Crittenden, first free throw, nothing but net. 3-point lead for the Lions. Crittenden takes her time, knocks them down. That's what you expect from the senior. Crittenden and Farrell, 2 of the older players on this team that gets they're also the captains, and you can see why. In the biggest moments of the year, tightest moments of the year, they play their best. Ball kicked down to Brooks in the corner. Step back. What a shot. Haley Brooks, 71-70. Brooks has had some big time plays for Coach LaHan. And there's another one. As she tips that ball, she's going to get the steal. It goes to Boykin. They look to run. Ball's out to Hefner. 35 remaining. Lions lead by 1. Biggest defensive possession of the game here. Crossover by Tollett. Looks to drive. Blocked. Kaylin Walls. 17 remain on the shot clock. Everything to play for here. Perfect conference record. Perfect home record for the Lady Lions. They lead by 1, 71-70. 29.5 seconds remain. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back. 17 on the shot clock. Lady Royals down 1 to the hometown Bryan College Lady Lions. Emery Tollett will inbound underneath the basket. Double screen for Hefner. What a play call, and blocked by Katie Farrell. Unbelievable job is when they inbounded it. It looked like it was going to be a wide open layup, and Katie Farrell out of nowhere with the block. Back on the other end, Molly Brown is going to draw the foul and go to the line to shoot 2. And these will be the biggest 2 free throws of her career with the Lady Lions. The best thing for Coach Matt Ballon and anybody supporting the Lions is she's a 93% free throw shooter. You would tab her to knock down both of these as she pulls, hits, and unable to convert the first. 22 seconds remain. Brown steps back to regain composure. If she can knock this one down, it'll be a 2-point lead for the Lions. Knocks that one down. If there's anything I know about Coach Bryan Lahan, who just called a timeout in his time with the Lions, he's not going for the 2 ball here. This play will be drawn up for somebody to take a dagger for the Royals. 72-70. Lady Lions trying to hold on here in Summers Gymnasium. 22 seconds remain. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back. Tollett to do the inbound, looks for Hefner. Molly Brown stays with her. That ball's going to be thrown out of play. Molly Brown shakes her head. Not on me as she tries to D-up Hefner. No argument from Molly Brown. We thought she may not have touched that ball. Now Hefner's going to lob in. Kaylin Walls has had an unreal second half on the defensive end, and we're going to kick that ball to Molly Brown, as we should. 15 seconds remain, and Molly Brown will go back to the free throw line. And you've heard me speak earlier this year about averages. Molly Brown only 1 of 2 on her last, but she's a 93% free throw shooter. Nobody on the court that you would want with the ball from the charity stripe more than her as she steps to the line to try to make this a 2-possession game. Quiet as it can be in the gym, and she's going to miss the front end. Brown looks to be a little bit in disbelief herself. Steps back up. Dribble, spin, dribble. She misses the second. Good tip. But Ellie Graham unable to get her hands on that. And Coach Bryan Lahan's going to take another timeout. The Lady Lions let the Royals off the hook. Still 72-70, 13.5 remain here. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in. 72-70 here in Summers Gymnasium. Lions nursing a 2-point lead. The Lady Royals have come out in the second half and have given the Lady Lions everything that they could want and more. Lions only make one of the last 4 free throws, or this would easily be a 2-possession game. Ball into Hefner. Hefner back to Tollett. Tollett going to look to drive. Here's the three. Going to be a little long. Ellie Graham with the board. She's getting mauled. 3.6 remaining, and the Lady Lions got the look they want, or excuse me, the Lady Royals get the look they wanted, but Gibson Boykin unable to convert on the left wing. Ball bounces high in the air and grabbed by Ellie Graham, and she's going to do step to the free throw line with her chance to ice this ball game. If you could get it to a 4-point game with 3.6, it would take probably one of the craziest plays in basketball, which would be an and one from 3. First free throw drained. Ellie Graham. Johnson Royals out of timeout, so they're not going to have a chance to draw something up here. Bottoms, Ellie Graham, 74-70, 3.6 remain. Ball's going to be, you just can't foul here. And there's the half-court heave, in and out, but the Lady Lions survive. 74-70. Coach Matt Ballant and the Lions improve to 9-2 overall and 7-0 in conference play to retain their undefeated record. We'll take a short 30-minute break and be back with you on this same stream for the men's game. Thanks for joining us here on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live for the start of Game 2 of our doubleheader between the Bryan Lions and the visiting Johnson Royals. Terrell Reeves versus Mason Lockhart on our tip-off here. When we get underway, we'll go through our starting lineups. The Lions in the gray. The Royals are wearing their navy. And welcome into the broadcast, my partner, Mr. Colin Ledbetter. Colin, good to see you.
Jordan, good to be here with you in the booth, calling more Lions basketball. Excited to watch this matchup here today of conference rivals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We got a good matchup for you guys at home today as we see Hayden Moten with a jumper is going to miss short. The starting lineups for Johnson: number 1, Mason Lockhart; number 2, Garrison Eady; number 4, Devon Cottle; number 5, Jacoby Strozier; and number 11, Livingston Cross. For your Lions, number 2, Derek Curtis at point guard; Dalen Gales, number 5, at the 2 guard, as we see a good take to the rack, but misses. Good rebound, Terrell Reeves. Hayden Moten at the 3, Hayden Moten at the 4, Cole Torres at the 3, and Terrell Reeves rounding out our lineup. The Lions not having the greatest of starts this year. Neither are the visiting Johnson Royals, as they are 3-6 overall, but they have had an unbelievably tough schedule. They are 3-1 in the conference. All of their wins coming in Appalachian Athletic Conference play. We're going to see Livingston Cross finish at the rim. 18:20 remaining. Colin, I know you took a deep dive into the stats. What do you think the Lions need to do here today to be successful?
Yeah, number 1 is going to be to lock down Mason Lockhart, the senior forward for Johnson, as much as possible. He comes into this one averaging 16 points a game, 10 blocks on the year as well, so really dominant down low.
We need a jump ball. Cross went up. Dalen Gales doing the defending. And a welcome addition back into the lineup for their first start of the year. Dalen Gales, returning first-team all-conference member from last year, one of the best players and led the league in scoring, had been nursing a lower body injury. We've got him back as he tries to get some minutes. You would think that his minutes would be probably less than what he was used to last year as he gets his feet back under him. But Dalen Gales for Bryan and Mason Lockhart for the Royals, 2 of the best players in the conference, on display today here at Summers Gymnasium. Gales with the ball. Johnson elects for a zone defense, and I think you'll see that because the shooting woes from behind the arc that the Lions have had to start the year. Good turnaround jump shot there by Terrell Reeves. But the Lions have struggled mightily from behind the arc. So not surprised to see that Coach Logan Sharp and the Royals are electing to go with more of a zone look and force the Lions to knock down some shots. Ball kicked to Eady. Eady takes the 3, unable to knock it down. Dalen Gales with the rebound. Quickly out to Cole Torres to run the offense. Screen by Reeves. Kick to Dalen Gales. Dalen Gales, deep 3. Knocks it down. Dalen Gales back in the lineup. We need a lot of that, Colin, if we're going to get going offensively. He gives you so many options. He can take it to the rack. He can shoot from beyond the arc. Johnson with a 3 of their own. In and out. Good rebound, Derek Curtis. 5-2 advantage to the Lions to start this ball game.
And, Jordan, you talked about the Lions shooting woes so far this season. A lot of that we've attributed to the youth of this squad. Getting Dalen Gales, a senior with that veteran presence, back on the court is going to help them a lot, and look for him to score in a lot of different ways.
Dalen, just as we have a turnover there, I thought that ball was deflected. It was touched by a Johnson player, but last touch by Hayden Moten. Ty Gibbs and Jerry Taylor Jr. check onto the floor here, but we just celebrated Dalen Gales with a 1,000-point achievement. He achieved that earlier this week against the Reinhardt University Eagles in the midweek game. And he was here with his family to celebrate as the ball's thrown into Lockhart. Unable to finish. Jerry Taylor Jr. off the bench with a good defense, but nonetheless, congratulations to Dalen Gales and his family for that achievement. Derek Curtis with a little crossover. Ball's going to be poked out by number 2, Garrison Edie. Oh, excuse me, that's 25, Dallas Carball.
Yeah, and Carball poked the ball free, but then it goes out off the hand of Curtis trying to recover it. Johnson will get possession here.
It's happened a couple different times so far in this game. Active hands for the Royals on defense. Ball gets poked out, but is last touched by a Lions player. Good drive and kick out for the 3 ball, but Cottle unable to catch rim. Mason Lockhart gets the long rebound. At the buzzer, shots missed, but it's going to be second chance points, and that ball is going to retain possession for the Johnson Royals. The 3 was missed by Escamilla Martin.
We're going to get Trey Morrow checked in for Hayden Moten here.
And Ty Gibbs had also checked into the game. 2 names to watch. Ball's going to be thrown looking for Lockhart. Too far, and Gibbs is going to grab it. Goes to Breadwood. Breadwood up and under, unable to finish at the rim. Ball's going to bounce around. Livingston Cross is going to find that. And Johnson looks to get out and run the floor through Garrison Edie. Edie to Escamilla Martin. Dalen Gales, good defense, no call. Martin's going to drive, kicks to Lockhart. Lockhart up, unable to finish, gets his own board, and is going to be fouled by Jerry Taylor Jr. on the putback. As you see, Mason Lockhart, who's the main man for the Royals, Colin, you mentioned averaging 16 and 10, averaging a double-double, one of the most potent players in the conference, not only as a scorer, but on the boards as well. He's a big physical presence, listed at 6'7", the senior transfer from McLennan Community College out in Texas. I don't know how McLennan basketball is, known for their baseball. Very good baseball program out at McLennan. As Lockhart knocks down the first of those free throws, we're going to get our first media timeout. 5-3 advantage early for the Lions. 14:42 remain in the first half. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in the Lions Live. Mason Lockhart at the free throw line, trying to cut this to a 1-point deficit.
Lockhart leads the way scoring for Johnson. Hits both free throws there while just being a 52% free throw shooter on the season.
Knocks down both of those. 5-4 lead for the Royals, for the Lions. Royals are going to pressure here. Going to be tough to get the ball in. It's going to be a turnover to Livingston Cross, who picks off that inbounds pass.
Yeah, and I think at this point, every team in the conference has the scouting report on the Lions that they struggle to break the press. Expect to see a lot of that here in this one from Johnson.
Good job by Regale Moore to to get it to Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs able to break the press, kick to Trey Morrow. Lions are going to set up in their offense. Trey Morrow's not a guy that we have spoke about a ton this year. He does have the ability to put the ball in the net, and we're going to need him to do that as we see Jerry Taylor Jr. with a good basket underneath on Lockhart. But Trey Morrow has the ability to score in a lot of different ways. We did speak, I think, in our first broadcast. He is one of the, he's in the top 15 in Tennessee high school basketball career scoring. So we're going to need him to get going, hopefully from behind the arc. 7-6, early lead to the Lions. Jamar Brown kicks to Escamilla Martin. Good finish with the right hand going underneath the basket. And the Royals are going to pick up about 3/4 court with that pressure. Lions trail 8-7. Isaiah Breadwood to Gibbs. Gibbs to Jerry Taylor Jr. Looking for Gibbs. Ball's going to bounce around. Martin got a hand to it, but Gibbs was first to the loose ball. 8 on the shot clock, and Moore's going to throw that off Escamilla Martin as he looks to drive by himself. What a spin move up and under. Good
Great
finish.
move.
Absolutely great move.
Johnson defensively is still set up in this 2-3 zone. Going to be really hard to get the ball inside. Last possession, the Lions just trying to force it a little bit too much, turn it over.
Good finish, Jerry Taylor Jr. Right after you said that with the left hand, little touch from the big man in the paint.
And we know that the Lions have had more success when getting the ball inside. Probably the reason that Johnson comes out in that 2-3 zone, forced them to shoot it from outside a little bit more. But a good job of being able to get the ball down low to Jerry Taylor Jr. and convert from inside.
Ball swung wide to Cross. Cross with a explosive drive into the lane. Kicks out to number 3, Jamar Brown. Brown rims out. That ball's going to hit off Trey Morrow and bounce out of bounds. The Royals will keep the basketball. Shot clock will reset to 20 as we're going to see Terrell Reeves check in for Jerry Taylor Jr. Good start on the offensive side for Jerry Taylor Jr. early in this game with a quick 4 points. Ball thrown into Livingston Cross. Double teamed, and they're going to get a foul on Rigel Moore as he reached over the top of Cross to try to block that shot. Livingston Cross, the 6'6" guard graduate student, has been at a couple different colleges, most recently Union and the Pennsylvania College of Technology. Had a good start to this game. That's going to rim out. He's in disbelief there that it didn't go in. 10-9 lead for the Royals. 12-19 remains in the first half. Colin, you spoke about the zone for the Royals. The Lions are going to have to shoot them out of that, I think. Like you said, the strength of the Lions has been points in the paint. We're going to get good job by Breadwood after he picked up his dribble prematurely to get that ball across to Rigel Moore. Rigel Moore with a screen. Terrell Reeves looks for Reeves, but that 2-3 zone, too much for it. He has a good drive, rims out. Terrell Reeves is going to go up, and we're going to get no foul call. Jason Latch, arms in the air. Disbelief that wasn't whistled or a shooting foul. Ball fed into Lockhart. Trey Morrow and Reeves doing the defending. Lockhart, good job to swing to the opposite baseline and find a wide open Dallas Carball, but unable to convert the wide open three-pointer. 11-9, Lions trail.
Jordan, you just spoke about the Lions needing to be able to shoot the ball from outside a little bit in this one. They've got 2 guys on the floor right now that have had success when shooting from out there. One of them takes a shot from the corner and drains it in Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs, one of those guys I was talking about with the ability to knock down the outside shot. Trey Morrow, the other one that we've seen at times be able to hit those shots. Would love to see those two be aggressive with shots from beyond the perimeter.
Yeah, if you're going to be that lucky, as Mason Lockhart's going to dribble the ball off his foot out of bounds for the turnover. Colin spoke that one to existence. Ty Gibbs. It feels like every game we see growth out of Ty, the true freshman. Going to play a big role here, not only this year for Coach Jason Latch, but also going forward. Figures to be one of the cornerstones, the new era of Bryan College basketball under Coach Jason Latch, as we had longtime coach and my good friend Don Rakowski graduate. Don graduated a long time ago, but retired last year. and was such a servant to Bryan College in this community. We miss having him around, but we love Coach Latch and can't wait to see what this next era of Bryan basketball looks like. 14-11 lead for the Lions. That's a good baseline jump shot from Carbaugh. Cuts the lead to 1. Lions still with the advantage. Cole Torres to Morrow. Terrell Reeves with a screen up top. Cole Torres, long three, just a bit long. Derek Curtis, good rebound. Looks back for Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs back to Curtis in the corner. Good ball movement. Derek Curtis too long.
It's good shot selection there by the Lions. Really good job of moving the ball, finding the open man, and then getting an open look from 3. You're okay with that shot, even if it does miss there. Eventually, a lot more of those are going to go in than you're going to miss.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things now, Colin, that you're more worried about keeping the confidence to continue to shoot that shot. We don't want to force balls from beyond the arc, but if it is the right shot, we've got to continue to take them because you think those are going to fall at some point. Strozier up the court. Kicks to Escamilla Martin. Good spin move. He's been the man of the hour so far for the Royals, and that's another good finish. Very impressed with his ability to get to the rack and finish at the rim. He's done a great job in the paint, spinning. Hit a little Euro step a couple possessions ago. 15-14 Lions trail. Derek Curtis looks for Torres. Torres, long three again. Can he knock that one down? No, he can't. Ball's going to bounce to Reeves. Good offensive rebound. Curtis drives around the back. Terrell Reeves unable to finish. What a pass by Derek Curtis, and I felt like that's a momentum play if he can knock that one down.
Yeah, tough break there. Really good dish by Curtis. Reeves, I think, wasn't expecting to be that wide open under the hoop. Just couldn't convert.
It's got to be a walk, and it is. Livingston Cross has been a handful for the Lions. Unreal athlete, his length, ability to explode on the dribble, is getting to the rack, unable to score, but falls down after trying to get the rebound for the walk. So turnover, ball will be to the Lions when we come back right after this media timeout on Lions Live. Welcome back to Lions Live. Cole Torres with a very good touch pass over the top. Derek Curtis going to go up and under with a left. What a finish, Derek Curtis. Colin, I was a little apprehensive with him driving on Lockhart there, but somehow got around the 6'7" frame of Lockhart to finish with his weaker hand at the rim. Back and forth ball game. 8:24 remains in the first half. In the corner, Devon Cottle misses the three. Livingston Cross continues to be a handful. Offensive rebound and putback. 17-16 Lions. Dalen Gales drives to the basket. Hard foul. As Cross tried to get over to defend, that's going to send Dalen Gales to the free throw line. The first team foul. Only 2 fouls on the Lions, 1 foul on the Royals, as Dalen Gales is going to knock down the first of those free throws to knot us up at 17. Knocks down the second one, does Dalen Gales. 18-17 lead.
The Lions going to pick up Johnson in the backcourt now with a press.
Good defensive possession for the Lions. Colin, we mentioned it earlier this week. They do a good job on the defensive end. It just has been the offensive end that's let them down. A lot of stops late in games, just can't get the shots to fall. And that's another good possession and a good finish. Strozier at the rim on Dalen Gales. Great layup. 19-18, Johnson Royals lead. Some motion at the top. Jerry Taylor Jr. going to work on Lockhart. Going up and under. No foul with the body. Good defense, Lockhart. Royals back in possession. Strozier, Livingston cross, hits the crossover, unable to knock down the shot. Back and forth we go. Derek Curtis again keeps the ball in motion. Good screen, Jerry Taylor Jr. Curtis looking for that. And Curtis got the defender, Garrison Eady, to bite on the initial pass fake, but then unable to convert the little right-handed, like a little runner almost. And we're going to get a foul against the Lions as Escamilla Martin checks back in for the Royals. Been their best player so far on the offensive end, along with Livingston Cross.
And that foul on Derek Curtis, who will check out for Isaiah Breadwood for the Lions.
More on Dalen Gales, getting him back such a big deal. Averaged almost 22 points a game last year in the league. Was a spark plug in every sense of the word. And Coach Jason Latch couldn't be happier to see him back on the court. Cole Torres kicks to Dalen Gales. Gales to Cal Drake. We see Cal's first minutes of the game. The big sophomore wing can jump out of the gym. We'd like to see him get going as Gales tries to go inside to Jerry Taylor Jr. Breadwood going to hit the runner, right hand. Unable to drop. Mason Lockhart rebound. The Rebels will come back down the court through Eady. Eady to Strozier. Strozier, good pump fake. Great hands, Cole Torres. Hits the floor after that loose ball, but unable to get it. That's going to go out. And Cole Torres is going to check out of the game for Ty Gibbs. 5:52 remain first half. 19-18 Royals lead here. Escamilla Martin inbounds. Garrison Eady, the freshman point guard from Blackman High School, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Good crossover, gets a screen from Lockhart. Kicks back out to Martin. He's done it inside, but unable to do it outside there. Good offensive rebound from Mason Lockhart, and he kicks it to Devon Cottle, who was wide open, but unable to find the rim. And the student section's going to let him hear it after that air ball. Ty Gibbs goes to inbound. The last game of the year where students will be present here at home. His finals week is next week, and we're going to then venture into Christmas break. Dalen Gales jumper at the free throw line, no good. Ball on the floor, Lockhart comes away with it. Back to Eady, good hands by Isaiah Breadwood. Kicks in the corner, Escamilla Martin back out top. Jacoby Strozier. Strozier back to Eady. Eady, long three. Bang, knocks it down. 22-18. First points in the last couple minutes for either team. Ty Gibbs to Cal Drake. Cal Drake, Breadwood. Breadwood swings to Gales. Gales back to Breadwood. Inside to Jerry Taylor Jr. working on Lockhart. And Lockhart is going to reject that one and then keep the ball in play. Somehow, no foul call as Cal Drake tried to work that ball back into the paint. Kicked wide, Strozier. Strozier, good take. Jerry Taylor Jr. blocks it off of Strozier's left leg and out of bounds. Official underneath the basket right on top of that one. And we're going to get a quick timeout. 4:17 remaining here in the first half. Good matchup between the Royals and the Lions. 22-18, Johnson leads. We'll be right back. Welcome back. 22-18. Johnson Royals lead. 4:17 remain in the first half. They're going to get a press here. Ball going to be thrown. Dalen Gales somehow comes up with it. What a gutsy play by Gales, Colin, to get on the floor for that. Pass was a little too long for him. Escamilla Martin doing the defending on Gibbs. Gibbs going to drive and lay it in. 22-20. Good first half. Coach Latch would have to be pumped with the way they've started the ball game. Down 2 here. Been very good on the defensive end. Doing a good job on Mason Lockhart to try to keep him at bay. I say that. Ball's going to go inside right to him. Easy bucket. 24-20.
And for the most part, I feel like the Lions have held Lockhart down pretty well here in the first half. Not only has he been a force this year on offense, but he's also shown his defensive presence as well, making it tough for the Lions to score inside, adding a couple blocks. So Lockhart just a really well-rounded player, but we've done a pretty good job of at least limiting his scoring here in the first half.
Good finish there. Devon Cottle. 26-20. Biggest lead for either team to start this game. 6 points here. Terrell Reeves at the top. He's going to put it on the floor and try to take a little jump shot. Unable to convert. Johnson looks to run. Kicks to Lockhart. And it was just to the wrong side of him. Strozier daps him up, tells him my bad on the placement of that pass.
And we talked about the Lions' defense being able to keep them in this ball game. Neither team scoring at a super high clip here in the first half.
Yeah, if it's more of a long, grinding game, it's got to favor the Lions. Because up to this point, we haven't shown the ability to really stuff the stat sheet offensively. So that's a nice jump shot there. Jerry Taylor Jr. Good start to this game for him, Colin. I think the Lions have got to look to continue to get the ball to him, which is not something we may have thought would have happened with Lockhart down low, but he's really been a handful for Lockhart.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Taylor take many of those mid-range jump shots this year. If he's able to score from multiple levels on the court, that's going to be really valuable for the Lions.
3-ball missed. Escamilla Martin went for the rebound, knocked it out of bounds. Lions ball, Breadwood to Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs gets it across half court back to Breadwood. Cole Torres checked back in the game for the Lions. Breadwood picks up the dribble. Is going to need somebody to come help out. And he gets it from Hayden Moten, but the pass is too short. Only finds Edie. Edie unable to finish. Ball bouncing around. Devon Cottle up and in. 28-26. 6-point lead for the Royals.
And points off of turnovers right there for the Royals. We talked about the shooting woes that have plagued the Lions, but also the ability to handle the ball, averaging 16 turnovers a game. Not a recipe for a lot of success.
Jerry Taylor Jr. appeals for a foul but didn't get it. Cottle by himself, 4-on-1, and gets the foul call as he goes up in a middle of 4 Lions defenders. He's going to go to the free throw line, 28-22. 6-point advantage as Cottle is going to go to the line to shoot 2.
We've seen some good physical play in this one. The refs, for the most part, have been letting them play. Not a lot of whistles, but that one, just too much contact not to blow the whistle.
Only 5 fouls total in this first half as Cottle's going to knock down the first free throw. Coach Sharp, it's Royals team, only shooting 63% from behind, on the free throw line this year, which is definitely lower than you would want as a coaching staff. But I'm interested to see what the Royals do long term. We mentioned right when we came in on the broadcast, 3-6 overall, but all 3 wins coming in the league. They've played a very good schedule, have the Royals. And so that 3-6 record might fool you a bit, but I think Coach Latch, Coach Muncie and company would know as Cole Torres is going to take a deep 3, unable to convert. Ball's going to fall to Lockhart, that the Royals are probably better than their record. They get a timeout from Coach Logan Sharp. Bryan alum Coach Sharp, who's one of the best young coaches probably in all of the NAIA. Had an unreal year last couple years as he's moved back to Tennessee to take over this Johnson program. We're going to take a short break. 51 seconds remaining in the first half. Lions trail 30-22. Welcome back into the last 48 seconds of the first half. Edie across to Cottle. Cottle looks for Lockhart. Lockhart, good trap by the Lions. Back out to Edie. Long three from the lefty. Doesn't knock it down. The other lefty on the court, Cole Torres, with a rebound. He's going to get across half court. And Coach Jason Latch is going to appeal for the timeout and get it. 30-second timeout. We'll stay with you for the last 29.7 seconds remaining.
Jordan, we don't have the live stats available at the moment. Johnson certainly hasn't been hesitant to shoot the three ball in this one, although I don't think it's been at a very high success rate. Again, we talk about the defense. Neither team really feels like they're pulling away at this point. The defense has kept both teams in this one. You feel like at some point, if someone gets a little bit of momentum on offense, that's going to be the team that ends up coming out on top.
Speak of the defense, the Lions have, I think you may have the stats in front of you, Colin, averaged mid-60s on the year. They're even below that. I would assume Johnson averages more than 60 points a game. So both teams pretty significantly under their points per game average here in the first half.
Yeah, Bryan averaging 67 points a game. Johnson 10 points better at 77 points a game. Right now, neither team on pace for those numbers.
Cole Torres is going to milk some of this clock here. Going to drive to the right, looks for Morrow. Morrow gets it back in. We're going to get a foul on Mason Lockhart, and that's probably a very good thing for the Lions because you would love to see Lockhart get in some foul trouble and have maybe some minutes on the bench later in this game. All back in play. Jerry Taylor Jr. shot clock is off at this point. Escamilla Martin doing the defending. A lot of shoving into the back of Jerry Taylor Jr. It's going to be a foul underneath. 7.3 remaining. Cal Drake checks in. Took a cut to the basket. Ball's going to be lobbed in. Jerry Taylor Jr. Tried to get into Ty Gibbs, unable to get there. It's going to have to pull a long three at the buzzer. And Strozier is going to airball that one, but that's going to take us into the halftime interval. 30-22, Johnson leads here in Summers Gymnasium. We'll be right back on Lions Live after the halftime break. Welcome back into Lions Live for the start of the second half. 30-22 halftime lead for the visiting Johnson Royals. We'll see what the Lions can get going here in this second half. Cole Torres going to start it with a step back three, and he's going to knock it down. That's just what the Lions needed.
Yeah, good momentum coming out of the half there as the Lions get an early three.
Royals are going to throw their starting five back out. Mason Lockhart, Garrison Eady, Devon Cottle, Jacoby Strozier, and Livingston Cross. Lions are going to do the same. Cottle with the ball, 4 on the shot clock. Drive looking inside, back out. That's going to be a shot clock violation. Really good defensive possession. That ball was kicked out to Cottle. It really was probably half a second on the clock. Unable to get that one up. Turnover for the Royals. Cole Torres knocking down that three would be a welcome sight for the Lions. He was a very good shooter in the past. Hadn't got off the mark this year, as you're going to see Dalen Gales with a tough finish at the rim.
What a strong take by Gales there. We've talked about his veteran presence on the court. Seems like when he has the ball in his hands, everything just runs a little bit smoother. Shaking the rust off after his first outing last game of the season.
Good answer by Garrison Eady. Knocks down the tray. Good cross-court pass by the Royals. Derek Curtis tried to get out and close down, but was late to the party. And Eady knocked it down. 33-27. Gales with the ball looking to drive. That's going to be a kick, I believe it was a kick ball. It was.
It appeared so, but I think we're going to get a push.
Okay, so they called the foul. Maybe that was.
I think it was before the kick.
Before the kick. That was what he was signaling. Gales to inbound. Reeves. Reeves looks for Curtis. Strozier on Curtis. Back inside to Reeves. Reeves a little right-handed touch finish. There we go. Terrell Reeves to get it going.
Really
Lions,
pretty.
Yeah, good offensive start to this half, Colin. We haven't said that very much about the start of the second half for the Lions this year. Deep three ball. Unable to knock it down. Reeves and Lockhart vie for possession. That's probably a good foul there by Moten. That was going to be an easy lay-in. But the second chance points hurt the Lions.
Lions seem to be adding some pressure here, forcing some shots, forcing turnovers, carrying the momentum out of the half so far.
Cottle for the first free throw. Going to miss long off the back of the rim. Johnson still leads 33-29. 17:45 remaining in the second half. A lot of basketball left. We're going to get a whistle. So we've got an official timeout coming to talk to Coach Latch. And it's
something about Cole Torres.
They're worried about his jersey being tucked in, which is rather odd to.
And it appears Cole's lifting up his jersey, and it is tucked in. It's just folded over his waistline.
Yeah, apparently you have to have it tucked in a certain way, as he has had to tuck it completely in as it was tucked in. That is one of those things where you go, who cares about that rule besides the official? If it's tucked in, it's tucked in. But nonetheless, a tighter tuck, and Cole Torres not stopping him from playing basketball as he's able to get that ball up to Hayden Moten. Moten back to Gales. Gales long three. Knocks it down. Dalen Gales. 34-32. Great start to the half here for the Lions as Hayden Moten and Gales are going to apply some pressure. Cross-court pass. Looking for Strozier. Strozier barely touches the rim. Rebound to Curtis. Lions have a chance to tie this game or take the lead here. Step back, Cole Torres for three. In and out, but a good shot.
Yep, good look. That one a little bit unlucky as it was about halfway down before popping back out.
Ball's going to bounce around. The official somehow avoids a falling Hayden Moten to make the call. Ball stays to the Johnson Royals underneath. 20 on the shot clock. 34-32. The Livingston Cross wasn't paying attention, and the official threw the ball off of his thighs. Going to get back under play. Underneath, kicks back out in the corner. Cottle for three. What a shot. We're going to get a quick timeout after the basket for Coach Sharp and the Royals. 37-32. 16:49 remain in the second half. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in. Derek Curtis up the floor, 5-point deficit for the Lions, but a lot better offensive possessions consistently. Cole Torres, good shot fake. Back out to Gales. Gales going to put it on the floor and drive. Can he get there? He dishes to Moten. Ball's bouncing off. Back out to Torres. Torres, three's going to rim out. Numbers for the Royals. Royals back side pass to a good finish. Garrison Eady with the finish, and then there goes Livingston Cross across the court to poke that one out. 7-point lead Royals. Cole Torres going to check out of the ball game for Ty Gibbs. Lions need a good offensive possession here. Gales in the corner. That's a good one. If he can knock that one down, he can. Dalen Gales.
Yeah, and it just shows you how much the Lions have missed having him out there. You wonder what difference he could have made in some of those tight games that the Lions lost earlier in the year.
Colin, I was trying to keep you informed on Dalen's play, but you being here only this semester, first time you've got to see Dalen in action, we wondered how long it might take him to get back to full steam, but this second half, he's definitely out clicking on all cylinders. A welcome sight for the Lions and any Lions fans at home. Good dish in the corner. Hayden Moten, long three, just short. Rebound Strozier. Strozier looking for the lob inside the cross. Dalen Gales with a block. He's doing it on both ends, and he's Mr. Everything for the Lions currently. Back to Gales. Gales going to drive to the rim, and the finish. 39-37. It's the Dalen Gales show here in the second half. 15:05 remain. Lions trail by 2. Strozier elects to slow it up. Back up top to Eady. Eady drives left with the screen from Lockhart. Kicks back to Cross. Cross not close. Ball's going to bounce back into the corner to Strozier. Strozier back to Eady. Eady foots on the line. That's a long two. He's going to knock it down. Welcome back in, 42-37. That's going to be a long three miss. Ball tipped down to Ty Gibbs. I'm going to keep you in the loop at home. The last ball in the corner hit by Johnson when it was 39-37 appeared to be a two-point shot. We did not see here in the booth the signal for a three, but down on the court, they've got it listed as a three. So it's 42-37 on the scoreboard, but I'm almost 100% sure that it should be 41-37, but I can't do anything up here about it. So we will see if that ever gets changed. 13:50 remain in this game. It would be a painful loss to lose by one.
Lions have been set up in this 1-3-1 zone, it appears, for most of this game. And it's been really effective to this point as we get a trap in the corner. There's an elbow to Dalen's face and no call.
Absolutely was a good possession as Dalen Gales now clutches his face. I don't know how that's not a foul call. He's going to check out of the ball game. Unbelievable restraint from Gales.
It seemed like everybody in the building thought that was a foul except for the official.
Whether it was inadvertent or not, the elbow of Lockhart makes contact with the face of Gales. We're going to see a ball kick down, long pass to the corner. Ty Gibbs, money ball. 42-40, should be 41-40. Ball kicked down in the corner to Johnson. Carball pulls up. Ball's going to get on the Redwood, dives for the ball. Carball's back to it. Escamilla Martin doesn't get set on that three ball. Never looked comfortable. Ball's going to be poked last off of Regale Moore. Johnson ball, 5 on the shot clock. 42-40.
And this has been another really good defensive possession by the Lions here with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. See if they can lock it down here.
That's another air ball.
Yeah,
Great.
And another good job of just forcing a really tough shot with time winding down. You'll take that every time.
Absolutely you will. Lines have come out, and there's a hard foul. Martin fouls Regale Moore. About the third hard contact before he gets the whistle.
Yeah, we talked about the physical play in the first half. Not a lot of whistles. We're seeing a few more whistles here in the second half. As this game gets closer, you see it get a lot more physical.
Carball checks out, Cottle in. You're going to have to get some, if the physical play continues, you got to see some more whistles to hopefully keep this thing under control. Everything's been great so far, but after the elbow to Gales, I feel like we had a little bit of miscommunication. Good pass, Trey Morrow for three, bang, and the Lions lead 43-42. Good job by Ty Gibbs not to panic and find the open Trey Morrow, who we need to get going, and he knocks that one down wide open. Lions lead first time in the second half. Can they get another good defensive possession? Good closeout by Reeves. We got a foul underneath. As Lockhart was upset, took offense to the foul of Ty Gibbs, and Terrell Reeves grabs Gibbs to get him out of there.
Yeah, it seemed like Lockhart took exception to that contact from Gibbs. Gibbs obviously undersized against the taller Mason Lockhart with the foul. Didn't seem like anything intentional. I think just the mismatch forced Gibbs to be a little more physical.
So a foul on Brentwood after all that. Ball inbounded to Carball. Carball back. They're going to look inside to Lockhart. Lockhart kicks up top to Carbaugh. Carbaugh catches Escamilla Martin. Another good possession for the Lions on defense. Regale Moore, great job, and we got an early whistle there. And the booth erupts. Sorry we got a lot of people in here. Nobody in the gym is happy with that call. And somehow in the mix, we get a technical on Regale Moore. And these officials have lost the absolute plot in this game.
Jordan, I'm just as confused as about everybody in this gym right now. I have no idea what the call was.
Well, Josh Muncy and Jason Latch are so calm, and Josh Muncy fired up with that call. Rightfully so, as it looked like a quick whistle. Regale Moore actually stole the ball. And they call the foul, and what's bad enough to call the foul, but then they call a technical on Moore. And just an astonishing couple minutes. And it all started with this officiating crew wanting a jersey tucked in that was already tucked in, and since then they have absolutely lost it. 44-43, Johnson lobs in. Ball's bouncing around. Breadwood gets it back to Reeves. Good job by Breadwood to keep that under control. 44-43, Lions trail. Curtis to Morrow. Morrow, Reeves up top, looking for Gibbs. Carbaugh defends on Gibbs. Back to Breadwood. Breadwood looks to drive. Back out to Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs for three. Just short. Rebound coddled. Royals back with the ball. 11:15 remain, second half.
Speaking of the officiating mishaps, we still don't even know if this game is a 1-point deficit for the Lions or if it's tied right now.
That could be a scores table issue because I don't believe seeing the 3-point held up. We're going to get a good check with the body on Escamilla Martin. Going to be whistled for a foul correctly there on Reeves. 44-43.
Clear foul there on Reeves underneath.
Gale's going to check back into the ball game. Ty Gibbs checks out. Ty Gibbs is starting to hit some big shots for the Lions. Ball's going to be thrown into the corner. Wide open three, knocked down Cottle. Good shot on the baseline. 47-43. Curtis looks to drive. Kicks it into Reeves. Reeves somehow keeps the handle. He's being double teamed. Brings it back down. And we're going to get a foul call underneath the basket. Terrell Reeves did a great job calling to keep his hands on the basketball through what looked like three Johnson Royal defenders. Keeps the handle on it and then draws the foul. That'll reset the shot clock to 20. 47-43. Ball into Morrow. Bounces off. He's on the line. And, yep, as he tried his best Michael Jackson impression for a moonwalk there, but unable to get that heel off the ground. And I hate to break it to you at home, but I did see something on a YouTube video one time that Michael Jackson was locking his toes in on stage. So we don't know that he was actually moonwalking or it was help for some apparatus. But nonetheless, ball thrown into Terrell Reeves. Reeves, good job to high point the football, like almost a football drill there to come grab it. Derek Curtis underneath to Trey Morrow. Trey Morrow through a mass of Johnson defenders and finishes 47-45. And both games of this doubleheader here have been as end-to-end and as competitive as ever. We had a 4-point win for the Lady Lions in game one, 74-70. And it's a 2-point lead to the Royals here. Cottle, cross court to Livingston. Livingston cross, back for a deep three. It's going to fall short. Trey Morrow with a good touch to keep that out of the hands of Escamilla Martin. Derek Curtis is going to get us going the other way. Reeves sets the screen. He got the switch he wanted. He wanted Reeves to cut off of the screen. Breadwood, crossover. Tough jump shot. Knocks it down. Isaiah Breadwood.
Great shot.
47 all. 9:30 remaining. Lions feeling some momentum. Summers Gymnasium feels it as well. Some palpable tension in the air as the Lions try to get big-time home win against the Royals. Derek Curtis doing the defending on Jamar Brown. Ball comes back to Brown, back to Cottle. Deep three, knocks it down. What a shot, Devon Cottle, and that's going to be a timeout, Logan Sharp, after the deep three ball by Cottle, 57-50. We'll be back shortly on Lions Live. $57-50 lead as we get back underway. Lions trail by 3 to the Johnson Royals. Excuse me, 50-47. I've said that about 10 times in and out of that timeout. 50-47 as the Lions try to tie the game up here. Jerry Taylor Jr. across to Trey Morrow. Morrow to Gales. Gales back to Morrow. Good defensive possession for the Royals. Jerry Taylor Jr. trying to work on Lockhart. Ball's going to go out of bounds. It'll stay Lions possession. 6 on the shot clock. See what Coach Latch has us drawn up here. Jerry Taylor Jr. mismatch with Cottle. Turns, tries to go up. And one right there. Jerry Taylor Jr. Unreal play calling from him to field the smaller defender of Cottle. He had a guard trying to defend him there and knocks that down. And he'll come back to shoot free throws after this break. Welcome back after the timeout. Jerry Taylor Jr. to the free throw line to try to finish the old-fashioned three-point play to tie this ball game up. One of the bright spots for the Lions as a team this year has been their ability to shoot free throws, and I'll own that one as Jerry Taylor Jr. misses the back end of the old three-point play, 50-49, 1 point lead for the Royals. Livingston Cross. Back to Edie. Edie to Cross. Great block, Dalen Gales, and we're going to get a whistle I don't know the foul was on. They're going to call it on Gales. First foul of the game for Dalen. It's going to send number 11, Livingston Cross, to the free throw line shooting 2.
Sometimes tough for us to see the action on the opposite side of the floor from where we are in the booth here, but I do think there was a little bit of contact on that shot, so the right call to send him to the line here.
Yeah, we are Bryan Lions through and through in this booth, but we try to remain as unbiased as we can. But the gym if the gym erupts on a call, Colin, we're probably going to erupt as well.
Yeah,
so.
There's been a few times where it's been hard for me not to scream into my microphone here. We do our best to keep our composure, but we are definitely rooting for the Lions in this one.
Cross misses the back end of the free throws. 2-point lead to the Royals. Ty Gibbs to Jerry Taylor Jr. Little hesitation, looking to take Lockhart to the rack. He's going to get double teamed. He's going to work through it. Lockhart did a good job holding his ground to not commit the foul. Going to get the Royals back on the offensive side of the court. Edey kicks to Strozier. Strozier to Cottle. Cottle inside to Lockhart. Lockhart up and finishes at the rim.
Just tough to stop that down low. Jerry Taylor Jr. probably the closest matchup in size to Lockhart, but still gives up a couple of inches. Just cannot defend that ball down low.
Gibbs kicks to Breadwood. Breadwood just hit a big jumper. Can he hit the 3? No, he can't. Gales with the rebound. Great determination, Dalen Gales. That ball's going to get poked free. Lions retain possession.
Really good second effort by Gales there to scoop up that offensive board, keep possession with the Lions here. 16 on the shot clock. Feel like you really need to get a score here.
7:11 remaining. It does feel like that game that's been so back and forth. Back to Breadwood. Breadwood's going to take the hard, tough shot. He gets up, pumped up his bench, 53-51. That's 2 tough shots by Breadwood, one on each baseline. He's having a good second half offensively here. Dalen Gales with the help. Lockhart kicks back in. Cross unable to finish, and we're going to get a whistle.
Again, hard to see from our vantage point here, Jordan. Seemed like a late whistle on that one. Good chance there was some contact, but didn't see a lot from up here where we are.
Yeah, I'm going to have a hard time thinking anything that doesn't look blatantly like a foul isn't a foul against the line. So just to let you know at home, we're going full homer mode for the rest of this one.
Yeah, and the refs let them play for the most part, so to speak, in the first half. Not a lot of whistles on some hard contact. We mentioned that before. But 13 fouls here in the second half.
Dalen Gales asking Coach Jason Latch for some kind of info. Cross knocked down the first free throw. Can he make it a 2-possession game? He does. 2 good free throws from Cross. The Royals are going to go full court pressure. Ball into Breadwood. Breadwood pushes the tempo up to Morrow. Morrow off the glass and in. Good finish by Morrow. Sometimes it can be hard when you're going full speed to stop your momentum and have the touch to kiss it off the glass. He does. 55-53. Back and forth we go in Dayton, Tennessee. 6:15 remain in this game. Edey to Cross. Cross looking for Lockhart. Going to swing it wide to Strozier. Strozier up and under. Trey Morrow, great defense. Ball somehow finds Lockhart, and he misses the layup, and we're going to get a late whistle on Terrell Reeves. It almost felt like he was waiting for him to miss. If he would have made that, they wouldn't have whistled it, but since he missed it, they did.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Jordan. I just don't see the foul on that play, and it seems like after the miss, it's just a bailout.
Lockhart knocks down the first of his free throws, regains a 3-point lead.
Lockhart's been able to knock down a few free throws in this one. We mentioned earlier just a 52% shooter from the foul line this year, but again, 2 for 2 from the stripe.
He's done a great job as Lockhart, especially today, getting that average up. Ball back to Breadwood. Breadwood picks it up, kicks, looks to the corner. Ty Gibbs, he loves that spot. Going to hit the tough runner on the baseline. My goodness, there's something about that spot today, Colin. If you're wearing gray and red, you are knocking down that little baseline floater. Ball kicked wide. 2-point lead for the Royals. Edie to Strozier. Strozier back to Edie. Edie looks wide for Cottle. Cottle going to take it with his right. Back across court, up top to Edie. Good movement by the Royals. Pull up Jay from the free throw line. No good.
And I love the defense that the Lions are playing right now. It's that 1-3-1 zone that we talked about. Anytime the ball goes into the corner, we get a trap immediately. It's forcing a lot of uncomfortable shots for Johnson here.
Terrell Reeves with the ball. 12 on the shot clock. Needs some movement. Ty Gibbs comes looking for it. It's going to go back. Reeves is going to take it himself. Knocks down the jumper. Tie ball game. 5 minutes and counting on the clock. Reeves had no options. He was kind of on an island, and it almost got to the point, well, let's go ahead and take the J, and he does. Knocks it down. That's probably the edge of his range, or at least what we've seen, Colin, this year. But 57 all. Everything to play for here in Summers Gymnasium. 4:40 remaining. Ball kicked wide to Cottle. Cottle back to Edie. Edie. Strozier. Strozier off the dribble. Good spin move to create some space. Gale stays with him. Ball thrown back wide to Cottle. It's a 3-man game. Back to Strozier. Dalen Gales closes down. And that's going to be another great defensive possession. And I don't know if you're the Royals that you want the entire shot clock to run out without Mason Lockhart touching the ball. But that's been what's happened the past couple times. Is it was a 3-man show there. Unable to get a great look as Breadwood wanted Gales. But the run was stopped by the defense of the Royals. Ty Gibbs in the corner. Can he hit another runner? But he's got good size mismatch. He does. Over 80. Ty Gibbs, 59-57. Lions lead, 3:55 remaining.
Lions are scorching hot from the mid-range right now. Something we haven't seen from them this year. Seems like all their offense has either come down low or from beyond the arc, but really utilizing that mid-range shot.
Deep three, Cottle misses. Rebound Gibbs. Livingston Cross trying to do some pressure himself. We finally get a foul call.
Has to be a call.
And Ty Gibbs points this way. The freshman, great job right there to grab the board and keep it under control. 59-57, Lions surge back for a 2-point lead. 3:34 remain. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in for the last 3:30. Lions have a 2-point lead over the visiting and favored Royals of Johnson. Into Jerry Taylor Jr. Can he work on Lockhart? He does. Up and under. Wow. Jerry Taylor Jr. Physical bucket. 4-point lead for the Lions. They're going to pick up the pressure on defense.
Really great job
Martin
creating space there by Jerry Taylor Jr. We talked about a little bit of the size mismatch. Uses his body to separate from the taller defender and have an easy look under the basket.
Ball kicked down in the corner. Lockhart's going to go on Gales, and they're going to foul Lockhart. And I'll say this, Colin, that's a good foul. Now, he's hit a bunch of free throws to this point, but you got to think you foul the man that's a 52% free throw shooter and hope at some point he regresses to his averages here.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Jordan. He was going to have an easy 2 no matter what without the contact, so go in hard. You'll take the foul and send him to the line, force him to earn it with 2 shots.
If he hits both of these, Colin, I think it's career day from the free throw line. Do not believe he's missed. And there it is. Regression to the mean.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of a surprising hot day from the free throw line for Lockhart.
Could he miss another one? Right inside of 3 minutes here. Lockhart, all-conference selection last year, knocks the second one down. 61-58. Pressure on the lines. We're going to get a jump ball, and that's going to go possession arrow to the Royals. So a good job on the trap as Coach Latch pleads with those young Ty Gibbs to keep the ball high. You get it down around your waist there, and there's ample opportunity to grab it, and a good job by Cottle to do so. Ball in play to Garrison Eady, the freshman point guard of the Royals. Gets a screen from Lockhart. Back up top to Cottle. 3-point lead for the Lions. Back to Cottle, swings, cow ball in the corner. Carball drives. Ball's bouncing around. It's going to go off of Lockhart and then off of Jerry Taylor Jr. 3 on the shot clock. Another good defensive possession, which has been really the difference in the second half so far for the Lions is the ability to make Johnson earn every bucket they get. You have to think this ball, it's going deep to Cottle, high for Gibbs, can't foul. And he's going to miss short from our angle. It looked like it was dead on line. I thought for a second it might be going in. 3-point lead still for the Lions. Gales to Gibbs. You got to think Dalen Gales is going to be the man of the hour for the Lions if it's anything on the perimeter. If not, it's Jerry Taylor Jr. Gales, 14 on the clock. It's going to go left on Escamilla Martin. He's knocked down, and then he's pushed down. And we're going to get a lay-in, 61-60. 1-point lead for the Lions. Some great defense from Escamilla Martin. Ball to Morrow. Morrow to Gibbs. Lions with a narrow 1-point lead. Out to Morrow. Morrow looks for the cutting Gales. Back out to Gibbs. 10 on the shot clock. Gibbs going to put it on the court. Gibbs keeps going. 5. He's going to have to put one up. Dalen Gales draws some contact. It's going to hit. As we get a shot clock violation. Coach Latch, I didn't know if he was actually appealing for the violation there to try to shut down the transition game of the Royals. I believe that's what he was saying. 61-60 Royals ball. Escamilla Martin inbounds. He had the hot hand early for the Royals. Hasn't done as much in the second half. Royals get through the press. Garrison Eady again. Eady drives. We're going to get a foul call with the body. They're going to whistle Breadwood for the foul. 1:14 remaining. And that's going to send Eady to the line to shoot free throws with a chance to take the lead for the Johnson Royals.
Good turnout here in Summers Gymnasium today, Jordan, but it seems like this Summers Gym crowd has gone quiet here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, you would think it was when they would kick it into gear, Colin, but for some reason we are not getting the atmosphere we've been accustomed to. Eady's going to knock both of them down, and that's going to put the Lions down a point, 62-61.
And see if the Lions can get a big basket right here and get this crowd back into it as we come down the home stretch.
We're going to get a timeout there by Coach Jason Latch. 1:10 remain on the clock. 62-61, Johnson Royals lead. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Ball back into play here. Jerry Taylor Jr. for the Lions. Looks for Gales. Going to find Gibbs. Lions trail by 1. Gibbs going to work on Cottle. Trying to get loose. Great defense by the Royals. 14 on the shot clock. Lions will reset through Breadwood. Breadwood to Jerry Taylor. Going to kick it wide out to Gales. Gales gets the ball. 5 on the shot clock. Tries to draw a foul on the body, and he does. Mason Lockhart did a good job to come over and block the shot, but the foul's going to be called on Garrison Eady, who made contact with the body. Dalen Gale's going to go to the free throw line with a chance to tie this game and potentially take the lead. Jerry Taylor Jr. comes out for Terrell Reeves. 47 remaining on the clock here. Lions trail by 1.
You have to figure if you're the Lions here, you want everything to run through Dalen Gales as much as possible. 1-and-1 situation. Gales knocks down the first one.
Tie ball game, 62 all. Can Dalen Gales, Mr. Everything for the Lions, knock down another one to give them the lead? He does not. In and out. Almost actually said he does, but the ball is going to go halfway in and bounce back out as we're going to get a timeout by Coach Logan Sharp. So dueling timeouts here. 62 all, 40 seconds remain. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in. Tie ball game here in Summers Gymnasium. Have to think this ball is going to find its way to Mason Lockhart, Colin.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think they have a better option offensively.
Escamilla Martin kicks wide to Cottle. Cottle back up to Edie. Edie back to Martin. Call ball in the corner. Carball drives. Back to Martin. Martin takes a tough baseline jumper, gets nothing. Hayden Moten on the ball. Ball's bouncing around. Escamilla Martin grabs his board and finishes. And a good possession on defensive end by the Lions is thrown away with the lack of a rebound. Lions trail 64-62. Coach Jason Latch is going to take a timeout. 15 seconds remain. We'll be right back. Welcome back in. 15 seconds remain. Ball inbounded to Dalen Gales. Lions still trail by 2. Gales looks to drive to the basket. And there's a no call, but the ball's going to fall out to Morrow. Kick down in the corner to Gales. 5 seconds. Trey Morrow for the win. Knocks it down! Trey Morrow! the catalyst for the year. The ball bounced around. Trey Morrow was the one to get the rebound.
Unbelievable, Jordan. It was not the shot the Lions were looking for. Dalen Gales had trouble getting to the basket. Ball was batted away and ends up in the hands of Trey Morrow, who we talked about has the ability to hit those outside shots, has not done it consistently yet, but in the biggest moment of this game, comes up with the 3-ball for the win.
Absolute scenes here, and what was crazy is he's the one that kept the play alive, poked the ball out, and Dalen Gales tried to drive to the basket, kicks back out, and Trey Morrow with an absolute dagger. And if you're wondering what the Lions needed this year, it was a shot like that to fall. Dalen Gales back healthy, putting it in on both ends. Trey Morrow, the hero of the day, 65-64 with a dagger at the buzzer. For Colin Ledbetter, Clint McCauley, Jessica Day, and Jeremy Deal, this has been Jordan Day on Lions Live. See you next time, and Merry Christmas.